Morning, Lee. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Labor and Public Employees Committee meeting. Today, Thursday, March 25th. The time is now 10:06 a.m., and we will convene the meeting at this time, but we will also go into recess so that the caucuses, the Democratic and the Republican can caucus. And we will save remarks by the chairs for when we return. And we are estimating that caucus should last no more than 30 minutes. So that would be approximately 10:36, but we will reconvene at the call of the chair. Thank you.
Hello, this is Ann.
Good morning and welcome back to the Labor and Public Employees Committee
Good morning.
meeting for today, March 25th. We will reconvene at this time, and I will ask if there are any remarks by my co-chair, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Good morning to everyone who is here today in the Labor Committee, and also those of you who are watching this committee meeting. We have a lot of business to conduct today, and so I will keep my remarks to just welcome, and we look forward to getting having a good day in regard to the bills that are on the agenda. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Kushner. Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Just welcome to the committee members and to those watching us, and looking forward to a lively discussion today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Arora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the members of the public. Good morning to my committee colleagues. We have some important concepts, and I look forward to discussing those. And we need to bring out all elements of the language in the bills as well as the change language. So look forward to the discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we will get started with Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 1, HB number 6595, an act concerning labor matters related to COVID-19, personal protective equipment, and other staffing issues. This will be a JFS to the floor, and this bill will help Connecticut recuperate from the damage caused by COVID-19 through the essential worker pay, COVID-19 workers' compensation presumption, and pandemic sick leave provisions, which will help our residents as workers, renters, homeowners, and consumers. It will also help protect the state from future pandemics through the creation of state PPE stockpile, distribution plans for PPE, and PPE requirements from healthcare and long-term care providers. The S language on this bill is LCO 6006, and first, for the COVID presumption, it removes a provision that would have made employees eligible if they work from home, but touch their employer's work supplies, and specifies that establishing the COVID-19 presumption is procedural change intended to apply to all existing and future COVID-19 claims. For workers' comp burial benefits, it clarifies that the benefit increase is effective upon passage of the bill, not retroactive to 1988. For PTSI benefits, it adds group home employees to the healthcare providers eligible for COVID-related PTSI benefits. For recall rights, it sunsets recall rights for those laid off after 2024, allows a court order for treble damages, and removes a provision that required DOL to establish a system for receiving complaints. For PPE stockpiles, it redefines PPE more narrowly. For pandemic pay, ties eligibility to vaccine criteria and explicitly includes first responders. For COVID sick leave, it specifies that the PCA Council acts on behalf of the PCA's employers, not as their employers, and clarifies that employees may use the leave immediately. For unemployment experience rates, it conforms the language to the HB 5377, which was already JF by the committee. For the unemployment benefit roundup, removes the $100 minimum benefit threshold to trigger a benefit roundup. And then it removes a provision that would have brought state PCAs under the existing paid sick day law. Can I get a motion?
So moved. This is Representative Hughes.
So we have a motion by Representative Hughes and a second by Representative Vargas. And I will now recognize Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Where to begin, I guess, is what I would have to say about this bill. It's a large bill. You've called it an omnibus bill a couple of times before it came to us, and I think you were not kidding, Madam Chairman. Where is the kitchen sink? What section is that? I'm just teasing. I understand why this bill is before us, and I am very sympathetic to many of the provisions contained therein. But as so often happens, I think when the government decides that it's going to solve a problem, it often creates a lot of other problems simultaneously. My number one concern about this bill is the main overriding provision of it, which is the change that essentially makes it a presumption that if someone comes down with COVID-19, that they got it at their place of employment, which I think is a stretch by any logical view of our medical knowledge. I mean, I don't think you can track where someone contracted a virus that easily. And to just automatically say that someone got it at work, I think is a complex issue, which creates other problems. My understanding of the current law is that people are protected if they can document that they did in fact receive an illness on the job, that they would be covered for work comp. And I know we heard some testimony from folks who were denied, but knowing the work comp process, there's like a procedure that has to be gone through. And I believe if those folks had gone through that process and were able to document where they obtained their COVID-19, they would have had coverage. I guess my concern about this bill is not so much that we're doing that, it's just that what happens when you do it. And the fact of the matter is that what happens when you do it is you have the potential of breaking our workers' compensation insurance system. And that's something I don't want to see happen. Employees in the state of Connecticut are already paying federal taxes and state taxes, and they've got paid family leave coming out of their check and Social Security, and they don't take home their whole paycheck. If we start to impact the cost of workers' compensation, that's going to impact the employer's ability to, their bottom line, and ultimately it's going to affect wages. I think we have a good working system currently, and it really does concern me, because I don't think, first off, that scientifically or medically there's any way to really know whether or not someone got their COVID-19 on the job, or they got it because they stopped at Dunkin' Donuts on the way, or they touched the gas pump handle when they pumped their gas, or whomever else they came in contact with, as far as their family members, because we know that people are asymptomatic, etc. So to me, that's a concern. And it's not that I don't want to see people become eligible for these benefits. It's just that once you start making the world eligible for benefits that they may or may not scientifically and medically justifiably be eligible for, you're going to cause a catastrophe of claims. And that's going to raise premiums for everyone, and I think damage the system as it is. And I hope that you guys are sensitive to that, and that we, if this bill does move forward, that there are some caps, or maybe revisiting that rebuttable presumption language in a way that doesn't open the door to a wild number of claims being processed. I had originally thought I might go through each section of the bill. If we ever debate this on the floor of the Senate, we're going to have to extend the length of the legislative session. Even if we started today, I think it would take until June to finish talking about all the things that are in this bill. One thing that stood out to me is this sections 13 through 15. Madam Chairman, which is the establishment of the Essential Employees Pandemic Pay Grant Program. And I just want to confirm that I understand this correctly with you, Madam Chairman. The program is established, and essentially, we don't really know what it consists of because it's based on federal funds that we do not know what they will be or when they're coming, etc. But the idea behind this program is that it is a mandate on employers of essential employees, which I presume there's a definition floating around someplace, that requires them to use the grant money to pay their employees an additional amount of dollars. What concerns me is that we're putting employers in in kind of a bind in a couple ways. Number one, we're creating a mandate that they have to apply for a program, which I don't understand why we would do that. And second, we are asking them to manage this this funding and determining who and who gets what. But worst is in section 15. And I want to understand this correctly, Madam Chairman, that you're actually suggesting in this bill that we are going to make any employer who fails to apply for the grant, or an employer that doesn't make the payments according to the letter of this law, that they could be subject to penalties. Is that correct through you, Madam Chairman?
Section 15, you're referring to the employer prohibitions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yes, in A, it subjects the employer who refused to apply for the grant or refuses to pay after he or she has received it under wage laws to make up the lost cause. And then it also subjects the employer to retaliation provisions of existing wage laws. So if they punish an employee for seeking payments due. So that is correct, Senator Sampson.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I think it's pretty burdensome, and I think it's kind of overbearing for the state to suggest to an employer that we are mandating you have to, by law, apply for a federal grant program. It doesn't make any sense to me. And the fact that if they're not aware of it and they don't apply for it, then they can become responsible, is very concerning. I mean, while there are some positive aspects of this bill, and I'm very sympathetic to people that are suffering from the results of the government's response to COVID, and I'll just make an aside to point that out again, that we often hear people say, particularly in the legislature, about the damage done by COVID-19. And while there is definitely damage done by COVID-19, and namely the illness itself and the loss of life, and it's significant and very distressing, and something we all are very concerned and sorry about. The items in this bill are intended to rectify problems not created by COVID-19, but problems created by the government response to COVID-19. I would also point out that, when you're going to say that you're going to hold an employer accountable for any of their employees coming down with COVID-19, which essentially is what you're doing, because it's just assumed that they got it at work without any scientific evidence or proof, and now the employer has to prove it didn't happen that way in this bill. I think that's ironic because, we were here in a state where we're not even giving the employers the choice of what their reaction to COVID-19 is. This legislature has allowed our governor to operate by executive order and determine what the protocols are for the response to COVID-19, including business closures and social distancing and mask wearing, and also asked the Department of Public Health to set up protocols. And I know in my local restaurants, they have plastic dividers set up and God knows what other requirements are placed upon them. So here we're telling the employers what they have to do to react to COVID-19. And then you're putting on top of that, you're saying, well, we're going to pass a law now that says that, well, we don't care that you followed our rules, but now we're going to make it so that all of the work comp claims come back to reflect that you as the employer is responsible for someone getting COVID-19. It makes me wonder why anyone would want to be an employer in this state. It really does. I know that a lot of my colleagues have questions on this bill, so I'm gonna leave it there, except that I do want to point out that I do believe that Section 29, which essentially increases I think this is an odd provision for this bill, number one, which is basically we have a current law that says that if someone obtains a UI benefit, an unemployment insurance benefit, up to $500 is a misdemeanor, and anything greater than that is a felony. If they do it erroneously, like somebody puts in a fraudulent claim and collects unemployment benefits, there's a penalty. Up to 500 is a misdemeanor, and anything over is a felony. This essentially says, no, you can steal up to $2,000 and we will consider it a felony then, but it's still a misdemeanor up to 2,000. I think that, number one, that is a bizarre thing to do. Since anyone that is stealing unemployment benefits is stealing from their neighbors. But also, I believe that makes this bill an automatic referral to judiciary. So since it has a direct impact on the penalty for various misdemeanor and felony crimes. And I just wanted that on the record, Madam Chairman. There's a lot I could say about this bill, and I'll note just for the record, no one has said this yet, but the first two bills, one is a House bill and the second a Senate bill, but they are, in my understanding, identical. So my comments apply to both the first and second bill. And I certainly will just suggest that I would love to have a conversation about what's worth keeping in these bills that we might work together on to make happen. But the bill, the way it is completely unworkable, in my opinion, extremely damaging to the workers' compensation program that we have in this state, and very anti-employer in a lot of ways that might discourage access to jobs and economic growth in a way that I think our state is known for, sadly. And I don't want to end up debating it for 100 hours in the Senate at some point. I'd rather have us come up with a plan that says, well, these are reasonable provisions that will be helpful to our communities without being punitive. And I'll just leave it right there. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson, for expressing your concerns and your perspective. You left a lot for me to say, but I won't say a lot. I will try to summarize so that I can get to Representative Anderson. You know, essential workers have been out there on the front lines from day one. Right? When we were mandated to stay home and stay safe, they were not allowed to do that. They were told that they had to go to work. They did not have an option. And they were actually considered service workers until this pandemic happened. And then we classified them as essential workers, but failed to give them the essential needs in order to perform their jobs. So many things arose out of a need for a bill such as this. It is hard, you know, you said that no way to really know. And I say this to that. If everybody is allowed to stay home and I'm being told that I have to go to work, the minute I step my foot out the threshold of my front door, that liability is no longer mine because I don't get to just go to work. I do have to put gas in my car or my car's not going to work. I have to put food in my body. I have to fuel my body or I can't do my work. So there are different interactions that you have to have in the course of going to work and getting the job done. So this is why we say that we put the onus, we take it off of the employee and put it on the employer in the presumption. Now, this is only when you talked about sections 14 and 15, I believe it was, and maybe even sections 13, yes, around the pandemic pay. This is actually slotted and it establishes the time frame from March 20th of last year when this began through April 30th of this year. And we did that because we believe that most of the essential workers and their contacts will have had their vaccine by that point. So I just wanted to make those notes and for the record. And we talk a lot about anti-employer, but we don't talk a lot about anti-employees. And I think it frustrates me a little when we do that, because, you know, the success of these corporations and businesses are on the backs of their employees. I mean, there's no success without workers coming in to get the work done. And I just think that we need to take care of the folks that we're calling essential, and that we shouldn't be treating them like sacrificial lambs, literally being led to slaughter. We have lost people to death due to COVID. They have lost family members because they've gone to work, contracted this disease at work, this virus, taken it home, and lost family members. And you can't put a price on that. So as huge as this bill is, and some parts you may find unnecessary, we got a lot of feedback in our public hearings around what was needed in order to make sure that our workers are taken care of in a way that is conducive to humanity, dignity, and respect. And with that being said, I won't belabor the issue. I will recognize Representative Anderson for the first time.
Thank you,
To
Madam
be
Chair.
followed, I'm sorry, Representative Anderson, to be followed by Senator Kushner. And you have the floor, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first say that I'm sure we all share the value. We want to do what's best for our great state. Whenever we pass a new law, though, we should consider not just the immediate, but the long-term effects before we make a bill into law. Before we vote on the bill, I want to bring attention to my esteemed committee members some of the issues with House Bill 6595 and also extend to Senate Bill 1002. I agree with all the remarks of Senator Sampson. I'd like to add a few things. And I'd just like to say, you know, compassion is great, but it's easy to be compassionate with other people's money. There are more than a dozen pieces of written opposition to this bill, or at least to portions of it. Most of them came from business and industry associations, and one from the Connecticut Council of Municipalities, which represents all but one of our cities and towns. This opposition should raise a red flag that we need to look closely at this bill before we vote to move it forward. Some of the highlights of the opposition: Section 3, the presumption that COVID-19 is an occupational illness, that the burden of proof is on the employer to rebut this. The burden is on the accused, so to speak, which seems unconstitutional or unjust. It should be the claimant's responsibility to prove the infection was acquired at work. If we're going to make COVID-19 a presumed occupational illness, we're setting a precedent that any virus could become a presumed occupational illness, whether it's some new outbreak of the flu or some undiscovered virus. Attempting to disprove that each COVID case is not work-related puts a tremendous administrative burden on businesses. It sets up a precedent. We may be compensating for claims that happen outside the workplace. It drives up cost. I note that New York State rejected this because of the high cost it would cause. Section 4, increasing the burial rate for COVID-19 cases, and I think it's for all workman's comp related deaths, went from $4,000 to $20,000. It went up 5 times. I think this is retroactive, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, to March 10th, 2020, which has not been accounted for in premiums. I checked with the National Funeral Directors Association, and they state the average funeral is $6,000 to $9,000. So why are we making this rate so high and possibly retroactive? Section 7 micromanages callback provisions, which should be the right of the employer, subject to collective bargaining agreements. Most employers will keep employees on as long as possible and hire them back as soon as they can. But for employers to stay in business, they have to be profitable, and it should be the discretion of employer who to hire based on that person's productivity, their skill sets, their attendance, their disciplinary record. All this makes Connecticut, reinforces the image that and truth that we're not friendly to business. Section 20 to 25 grants an extra 80 hours of sick leave to employees beyond what is granted by company policy. This is an unfunded mandate at a time when employers can least afford it. In conclusion, I just want to point out some remarks, 3 sentences from the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association at the end of their testimony. It's likely we can all agree that businesses or individuals choosing not to comply with the required health and safety requirements should be held accountable. However, making all businesses culpable just because they offer essential services is not appropriate. If passed, insurers will have no choice but to raise premiums and pass this added cost on to employers. The timing adding these costs cannot come at a worse time, as many businesses are struggling to remain open and keep people employed. And finally, the highest wages and the highest rate of employment require that businesses are free to grow, not be shackled by new burdensome and costly regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson. And the only thing that I really want to put on the record is the amount of money that employers save with workers' comp. And I think we need to make this point that, you know, workers' compensation is the result of a grand bargain struck between employers and employees. Injured and sick workers, they actually give up their rights to sue employers over workplace injuries and illnesses, right? In exchange for benefits in a no-fault system. So the system is supposed to help injured and sick workers by providing care and wage replacement benefits while they recover. So in return, the employers avoid expensive litigation. So I think that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, especially with what we've been through with this pandemic and essential workers specifically have been through, I believe that this is equitable. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, to be followed by Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do think you have addressed some of the questions that were raised that I think are very important. I do want to say to the good senator that I know this is a big bill, and we have referred to it as an omnibus bill, and it's not common to do this, but we're not living in common times. And we did believe that based on all of the, not just the testimony that was delivered in the hearings, but the stories that we've heard from our constituents and that we've heard from people across the state, we are living through, hopefully most of us are living through, although many have died, a pandemic that we have never experienced in our lifetimes. And the cost of that on workers, and particularly essential workers, people who went to work, as you said, Madam Chair, while the rest of us were able to stay home safe, the cost to them was enormous. And so our attempt to address these issues through one piece of legislation, and I'm sure you'll note, and I know you're aware from the agenda, that some of these also are identical in standalone bills. We wanted to allow as much flexibility and a much opportunity to address the needs of our constituents in this legislative session. I do think that our efforts are, sincere, and I believe the comments that have been made have been sincere by all. I don't see any problem if there are things we can do that will make this better for everyone in the state. I think that Representative Porter and myself are always willing to do that, and in a serious way. I don't mean that just as an offhand comment or just for the record or just for the camera. I mean that sincerely. We should have those conversations if there's ways we can improve this. We may not see eye to eye, but we may resolve some of the concerns you have. In terms of the pandemic pay, yes, it is a mandate for employers to pay, but at the same time, it is not a mandate for them to pay out of their own pockets. It is structured in a way that we will take some of these COVID recovery funds that are coming from the federal government and put them into the pockets, put this money into the pockets of the workers who sacrificed and who continue to sacrifice by going to work. It is defined very specifically as Madam Chair said, it is defined to include first responders and to include the essential workers as defined by the CDC when the CDC created those definitions for vaccination. Then that was later, we did not follow that vaccination model, but it is what appeared in the earlier 1A and 1B phases of vaccination before the governor changed the vaccination phase in. Sometime in February, he changed it. But so there is a definition there there is money there for the employers. And the only way to make sure this gets into the hands of the workers is to mandate it. But I repeat, it is not a mandate on them to take the money out of their pockets. And so, that was done very intentionally with the hope that every employer would want to do this because it's not coming from their, their actual profits or their business. The only other thing I would add in terms of the erroneously filed claims, the reason we felt it was important to raise the threshold for felony is because there were a number, given the volume of claims that or applications that came to the Department of Labor during this time, there were overpayments that were made in excess of the $500 to people who were not trying to steal money. And in some cases, I know I have a constituent who wasn't even aware. She had made a claim before, she put in a claim before she actually knew she was going to get paid by her employer, even though she wasn't working, and then either got a debit card or it got lost in the mail, didn't even know she had gotten that, never used the debit card. So, we were just trying to address some of these concerns of constituents. We abhor, as much as we want to help people, we abhor the people who actually took advantage and tried to steal money from unemployment. It is disgraceful. And so I agree with you, that is not our intent here, but there are people who, through no fault of their own, received overpayment. And unfortunately, that's created complications for them. So with that having been said, I know there's a lot in this bill. I hope that we continue to talk about it. But I do believe we did this on the basis of need for the thousands of workers that have been out there sacrificing for us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Because the only thing I'll add is that it was expressed need. We didn't guess about what was needed. We were told. We were out there, grassroots, boots on the ground, visiting nursing homes and talking to hundreds of essential workers. And that was prior to our public hearing. And then they came to the public hearing and validated exactly what they had expressed to us out in the field. With that, I will recognize Senator Cabrera to be followed by Representative Aurora.
Madam Chair, it's true, this is a big bill because we have been faced with a really big problem, a once in a century pandemic like no one could imagine. And so many of our frontline workers and essential workers have been impacted by this deeply. I represent over 7,000 grocery workers in the state of Connecticut, and I have spent the good part of this last year helping members who have tested positive navigate the benefits that we've been able to negotiate for them when they contacted COVID. It is very difficult, not only to help them figure out what to do now that they're sick, but the phone calls and the letters that we've had to place for people who we lost. This is an extraordinary challenge that we're facing here, which requires an extraordinary response. I believe that's what this bill does. And the reality is, and the truth is that this pandemic has fallen unevenly on our society. Those who cannot afford to stay home or don't have arrangements at work have gone to work sick, which has exacerbated the spread of this pandemic and made it worse. Those who don't have the access to Zoom have just had to go to work, and we relied on them. They put food on our table. In the case of grocery workers, they've worked in our nursing homes, they've worked in our hospitals. They kept this economy going, and we owe it to them, especially in light of what we've been through and are going through, to make sure that they're protected. I not only believe that this is good for public health, this is good for our economy. So I would really encourage the committee to think of those workers who are so essential. One of the things that in my line of work that is a source of pride and also frustration is that we oftentimes go out of our way in calling our frontline workers, our essential workers who keep our economy humming. We call them heroes. We say they're essential, We talk so much about them being so important to our economy and to our society, taking care of our loved ones in so many ways. It's time we started actually living up to what we call them, and I believe this bill is the first step in doing that. So I urge adoption. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. I recognize Representative Awara at this time, followed by Senator Lester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on many of the comments being made by my colleagues in this committee, I do think that the intent of the bill to help our residents and workers in our community in this period of time, that intent is very important, and I agree with many of those sentiments. I think the question here is about how. The question here is about what has been done and how do we build on that? Because at times we forget that the federal government has already processed $5 trillion worth of programs, in which in many ways, including testing, vaccines, the unemployment payments, cash payments, have really worked to lessen, if not eliminate, or trying to reduce, I would say, the impact on our hardworking citizens. Now, I also agree that there are certain elements where more is needed, and what this bill does not do is appreciate what has been done and fill in what needs to be done. Whereas just what was said earlier, it just throws the entire kitchen sink. And while some of the sentiments of providing some of the federal funds which have already been approved under the Recovery Act and are going to be provided to the state in the next 30 days to be used for specific direct payments to certain employees, I kind of think that makes sense. That money should not. That we will need some methodology, but what does that have to do with the onus of laying presumption on the employer for a worker comp? So we are mixing up so many different ideas, so many different concepts, that the couple which make a lot of sense are being drowned out, and we are unable to discuss them and make them work correctly. And then there is a very large number, and I'll point out a few. Section 30 basically says that we are going to make it mandatory for state contracts over 10 million to use PLAs. Now, once again, I don't understand what are we trying, how is that relevant to COVID relief for essential workers? It appears that this is an attempt to throw every single priority, the committee might have had, or some of the members of the committee might have had, throw it, confuse it, and say, well, listen, in the name of the most important element, in some sense, I don't want to use the word use, but in sometimes lever the certain elements which we all feel in terms of COVID are necessary to pass things which are unrelated, which have huge opposition among the employer community. As a matter of fact, I was surprised that even the Connecticut Hospital Association and some of the hospitals were calling us to advocate against this bill and many elements of this bill. So the point which I want to make is that this is not the right bill for the purpose I'm hearing the co-chairs, Representative Porter mentioned. We all empathize with that objective. We do think that there is something to be done there. It has to be in addition and complementary to what the large programs have already done. It has to be limited in scope and targeted so that it reaches the desired constituency in time. And it has to be done in a way which is less bureaucratic and much more effective. This bill, on the other hand, so I'll point out the three main problems we have. This bill throws a number of disparate ideas together, which are nothing, some of which have nothing to do with COVID relief, and just represent a bad way to do legislation. Even those bills, we are very happy to discuss separately. We are happy to think through those, but to find the cover of COVID to do those bills just is not right. Secondly, it basically lays certain programs which we are trying to do on the employer when they shouldn't be. More mandates on the employer, as was mentioned earlier. And finally, I think there is a easier, better way to deliver some of the aid, especially, for example, what we're talking about essential workers or PPE, arrangement of PPE stockpiles, but we are unable to discuss what the best way is because we are discussing 50 other issues. I do think PPE stock discussion has to be much more dynamic because it is possible that some of the hospitals and some of the employers already are going to do that stock arrangement or stockpile it because of the experience they had last time in last March. Some of the research, very, very groundbreaking research on scarcity is that scarcity is caused by over risk mitigation by the larger actors, which make them, I won't use the word, aggregate or keep more for themselves so that there's less available for others. And obviously the groundbreaking research in economics done about 15 years ago was that most of the famines and loss of life happen not because there's shortage of resources, but because everybody gets too scared and keeps them with themselves. And so that is something with PPE we need to resolve. And it really requires some kind of a study to say what is the best practice and thought process. And we're just not doing that. We are saying that the state will do it. The state PPE may not be the best place to stockpile the PPE because they may not, the maintenance, the quantities, and all many of the things, logistics might not be best at the state level. So as I would say, there is many issues with this bill, but at the same time, some of the intent is important. Some of the things need to be done, but it definitely is not to be done this way. On balance, this creates 20 problems and tries to solve one. I'd rather focus on one or two problems and work together, bipartisan, and really rigorously go at those problems, solve them for the public, and it would be good. But this is just not the right way to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Representative Arora. And before I call on Senator Lester, I'll address, what you said about the project labor agreement. Unemployment in the construction industry is 30%. So if we're using state dollars to invest in capital projects, we should make sure they hire Connecticut workers to do the job. PLAs require the hire of local workers and ensure that those workers reflect the demographics of our community, hiring workers of color, women, etc., especially the workers that are out there. These aren't, us making projections. These are the people that have been doing the work. And what I will say is that the infrastructure and the capital investments are an important way, that we contribute to our own growth as the economy remains impacted by COVID and this pandemic. So these agreements actually put people to work in our struggling economy, right? In the construction industry, which is experiencing high levels of unemployment. So requiring the use of PLAs and prevailing wage standards on public projects valued at over 10 million, I think that would definitely ensure the jobs created pay livable and sustainable wages as well as benefits. And that speaks to over the, we still have over 200,000 people that are currently unemployed in this state. And unfortunately, we live in a country where our benefits are intimately linked to our employment. So even those that had benefits, because all of them did not, when they lost their jobs, when they got laid off, they lost their benefits. And who pays for that? The taxpayer. You and I pay for that. You talk about scarcity caused by risk and assessment and shortage of resources, and how when people get scared, they hold on to the resources for themselves. That is exactly why we have this language. And we don't need a study. I have to beg to differ. We have essential workers who have been out there on the front from day one with lived experience. We don't need a study. We need to listen and we need to learn from the people who are being directly impacted by this pandemic in ways that none of us could have ever imagined. So that is what I will, add as far as the concerns that you've expressed, and one or two things that you think we should be addressing, and the rest of these things aren't relevant. They were birthed out of the mouths and the bowels of the people that are out there doing this work. And with that being said, Senator Lester, I will recognize you now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the committee for raising this concept. I do want to respond to some things that you said earlier, Madam Chair, and also some remarks I heard from Representative Anderson with regard to Section 4. And Representative Anderson is correct. It increases the death benefit for workers' compensation from $4,000 to $20,000. I want to talk about one specific constituent of mine. His name is Jonathan Ferreira. Jonathan graduated from Newington High School in 2012. He took some classes at Central Connecticut State University. He got a job at the Home Depot on the Berlin Turnpike, and he became a model employee. He started out as a cashier. He worked every single day, and he wound up being, at the start of last year, he was the head cashier in the Home Depot on the Berlin Turnpike. And as the pandemic hit, I think we all recognized that Home Depot was an essential employer. Home Depot stayed open throughout the worst of the pandemic. And Jonathan went to work every single day. He wasn't provided PPE. He was there as the head cashier each and every day. Until April 6th of 2020, in which he woke up one morning and he couldn't go to work. He felt ill. And he went to try to get a COVID test, and they weren't yet widely available. And 2 days later, he was admitted to the hospital, and he never left. 3 weeks later, he was dead at the age of 26. Under Connecticut law, which has stayed the same since the 1980s, Jonathan is entitled to the hours that he was not able to work before he died. He was entitled to the medical care, which did not work, which did not save his life. And he's entitled to $4,000. So Representative Porter mentioned that workers' compensation is a grand bargain, where we take away workers' rights to sue their employers. We take away the rights of their estates to sue their employers. And in exchange, we try to speed things up. We try to expedite payment of claims. We try to come up with a fair bargain. And I would just submit to the committee that I don't think $4,000 is what a human life is worth in 2021.
We lost sound.
I'm not sure that $20,000 is what a human life is worth either. I don't know that you can put a number on a human life, but I know that $4,000, which has stayed unchanged since the 1980s, is grossly inadequate. And to my mind, the idea that we would tell a family of a worker who's done everything we could possibly have asked, that their life is only worth $4,000 is an insult. And a sign that our current workers' compensation system is not working. So I think this is a step in the right direction. I don't know that it restores things to where they should be, but I just want to applaud the committee for including that provision and look forward to working further on this legislation.
Thank you for those comments, Senator Lester. You remind me of a constituent of mine by the name of Denise Rogers and her husband, Howard, who both contracted COVID during work at the height of this pandemic on the front end, where we know we were not supplying proper PPE. It wasn't adequately supplied. It wasn't accessible. We weren't mandating that people get on the back of the buses because they're bus drivers. She had a job where she picked up Yale doctors and dropped them off to the hospital. And they were getting on the front of the bus, walking right by her. Unfortunately, she contracted it. Her husband contracted it. They both were rushed to the hospital at the same time in two different ambulances. Denise was fortunate enough to come home on Good Friday of last year, but her husband never returned home. Howard died, and that was a year ago. And Denise is still waiting for workers' comp to honor her in the way that she should be honored, in the way that Senator Lesser just described workers' comp and what it was designed for. She has not received a $4,000 death benefit. And, you know, I just think it's really sad that we are even here having to have this discussion, because to me, it should be a given. If we're telling people that we're going to ask you to risk your life, if anything happens in the process of that, then we should also be telling them we got your back. Yeah, it conjures up a lot of emotion, because, you know, these people are my constituents, and it's personal. I've gotten to know them, and you know, to see Denise still suffering a year later with long haulers symptoms, not being able to return to work. Many of these workers are low wage and minimum wage workers, and unfortunately, they don't make the money. They're living paycheck to paycheck, so they don't have an opportunity to save money. So, you know, the death benefit is needed. Many of them don't have life insurance policy, so the death benefit is needed. And I don't know anywhere in this state, or any other state for that matter, that you can actually bury someone in 2021 for $4,000. So that is why we have asked for that increase as well. And with that being stated, I will recognize Senator Sampson for the second time, to be followed by Senator Kushner for the second time. Senator Sampson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And normally I would apologize for speaking for the second time, but I won't do that today. And the reason why is because I just want to state for the record that the way this committee operates is extremely unusual in my mind. Both you and your co-chair have taken the opportunity to respond directly to the comments of all the Republican members as they have made their comments. And the expectation is that because we've already spoken, we don't get to speak again. If we're engaging in an actual debate, I'd be delighted to have a back and forth with you or any of the other members of the committee to discuss these items at length. But it's awful unfair to simply use the opportunity to comment on our comments without us having the opportunity to respond. So I want to take that opportunity right now, Madam Chairman. Just briefly, you made an implication when you referred to my comments that I was not sympathetic to the frontline workers that have sacrificed so much. No, you actually pretty much did say that you know, I was only concerned about the businesses involved and not those folks. I just want to state for the record, and you can clarify this if I'm incorrect, but the bill does not only change the presumption that you got COVID at work for essential workers. It does it for everyone. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
This changes the presumption. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so it is not just for frontline workers. I just, you know, the thing is, you know, I tried very carefully in my comments, Madam Chairman, to make it clear that I appreciated the intent of the bill. I share the concern over the people that are impacted by the pandemic and the government response to it, that I want a solution, but I don't see breaking the workers' comp program that we have in the state as a solution. I don't see imposing more regulations on businesses that force them to close or not come here and therefore not create jobs or grow our economy as a solution. One of my favorite quotes is by Milton Friedman. And it says, one of the great mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intentions rather than their results. And I feel like sometimes, Madam Chairman, that, you know, when we speak in here and we try and bring up valuable, in my opinion, responses to the policies you bring forward, you're only waiting to respond to what we have to say and not taking the value of what we're saying into account. You know, I represent 100,000 people in the center of Connecticut. They voted for me because they like the things that I believe in and the things that I say. So their representatives' comments have value, and they should be accounted for in the way we adopt policy. I also want to just respond to Senator Kushner made some comments about the increase in the penalty for receiving unemployment benefits. The bill is very specific. It deals with fraud. So it has nothing to do with someone that erroneously receives a benefit check for an excess of $500. It has to do with people who commit fraud. So if my comments were valid, and if that is the intention of the bill to negate problems for people who receive benefits unintentionally, then the bill should say that. And I would hope that the chairs would listen to me when I say what the bill says is a problem, because I was correct. We don't want to change the penalty for someone who commits fraud. We only want to alleviate the potential of someone being penalized unnecessarily. I know this is an emotional situation, but we're here not to debate the emotions of COVID or the pandemic or any of that stuff. We're here to debate the policy. And, you know, I get very frustrated when I listen sometimes. Senator Lesser, who I have a great deal of respect for, he implied that somehow anyone opposed to this bill, it doesn't value human life. That's completely unacceptable. The point of the funeral benefit is not about valuing someone's life. It's about providing for funeral expenses. And the average amount of a funeral is a valid point to make when discussing what the benefit should be. And to suggest that someone says, why go from 4,000 to 20,000 when the average funeral is 10,000 is a valid point. I'm not suggesting anyone's life is worth 4, 10, or 20,000. Life has infinite value. But the discussion about the policy is not about the emotion of the situation. And I'll just leave it right there. But please, going forward, understand that if you're going to address any of us directly in response to our comments, we really do have the right to be able to respond to you, to make our points as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome, Senator Sampson. And I did know that you wanted to speak. I only went on to recognize people that hadn't spoken. I had full intention on calling on you. Let me say that first. And I think that I pretty much responded to everyone that's spoken, whether they're Republican or Democrat. And I do remember saying, we talk a lot about employer, but we don't talk enough about anti. So I just want to clear the air there. I was not trying to insinuate anything along the lines of what you heard. So I just want to make that clear. And it's not, I don't want you to feel like it's a personal attack, because it's not. I have tremendous respect for you, and I would never say or do anything to intentionally or maliciously disrespect you. So I just want to say that for the record, Senator.
I appreciate that very much, Madam Chairman, and I feel the same way. Thank you.
You're welcome. Senator Kushner for the second time.
She's calling me out for the second time too. And I will try and keep it very brief. But I do think this committee, we have tried to let everyone, I've never felt like we were restricting people from a second opportunity or third or fourth opportunity to speak if necessary. So I think we want to be clear about that. But just very quickly, on the PPE, I did want to make note of the fact that this proposal really came out of not only a report that was done and commissioned by the governor by the Mathematica report to look specifically at, how COVID was handled in nursing homes and other extended care congregate living situations, to better address how we avoid how we can use best practices and have better outcomes going forward. And much of what we have here in this proposal was based on that report, as well as the involvement of the long-term care working group that was comprised of the Appropriations Committee, Human Services Committee, Labor Committee, and Public Health Committee. So we had this opportunity to not just get a report from the governor's office, but to actually dig into it and conduct many, many meetings and hearings and really see what we needed to do to try and adopt legislation that would encompass best practices. I do want to point out that both New Jersey and California have passed similar legislation. So in terms of the issue of whether there's too much in here, could we focus on one or two of these? I don't know how we would choose. How would we decide between people who got sick at work and are looking for workers' comp relief? We know that are suffering from post-traumatic stress injuries, between those that we're trying to address pandemic pay and those that need us to legislate proper PPE protocols. I mean, everything in here, and there could have been more, by the way, but everything in here came from our constituents. And I would hate to be in the position where I have to choose between which one we would adopt. I recognize that as we move forward, and I absolutely hope this will be moved out of our committee today, and so we can continue discussing how to perfect the legislation and make sure that we're addressing the needs here as best we can. So I look forward to that opportunity and continued discussion even after this meeting concludes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and only because we have heard a lot discussed, I just want to remind people as far as the workers' comp presumption goes, it is a rebuttable presumption. It is not an irrebuttable presumption, which would remove the employer's ability to contest. The employee can still contest. And the other thing that I really wanted to, put on the record is, around the talk that, this is going to rise costs and cost employers. Connecticut workers' comp rates declined for 6 consecutive years leading up to this pandemic, right? There's also been a significant increase in telework and overall decrease in traditional claims. Most COVID-19 claims are fairly inexpensive, right? Covering a few weeks of wage replacement. And rate cuts, I want to say, are reduced overall claims would likely offset any COVID experience employers may encounter. So it's not just that we're, looking to make changes. We are trying to do it, with a conscience. And we are hearing everything that is being said by members on both sides of the house. So I also want to put that on the record as well and look forward to further discussion around this COVID-19 bill. And with that being said, I would like to recognize Representative Arora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to follow up a little bit on the thought process which Senator Sampson had espoused in terms of the process of debate and the way being done and way perhaps we would suggest it be done. Is that that if there is a kind of a to and fro, a back and forth, that would add a lot of value, and we would invite that. We would invite that and encourage that. But just like Senator Sampson said, just to basically have the last word because you can is really not allowing debate in the free sense. And we understand we can keep it short, and so back and forth would be shorter. That's number one. And the second comment I would like to make here with regard to the specifics of many of these elements of the bill here is that we perceive, and I would say with facts here behind us, that a lot of the input which we provide is not being taken constructively. It is being taken with the point of view that how do you basically bat it back, as if none of the points any of the Republican members make at this study is ever worth anything. And that's basically how it's taken. None of the input which our deliberations ever amounts to anything. And that's just sad because I espouse humility that, many of the times we do come up with all of us, come up with the best of our ideas and thinking, but be open to change and to others' thought process with a vigorous and honest deliberation is what would help the committee and our state. And I could point out 7 things we could do in this bill. As I said, break it up into a focused out and focus on the problems we have, not really be too demanding on the employer, which we feel it does, but it does not even really matter in some sense. It's at some point, you break people in a sense that it doesn't matter. You're not going to listen, and the input is not even valid. On the contrary, we as the minority opinion are kind of bombarded with emotional responses, which technically we definitely do not imply. Our intent is the same. You make us feel each time in each discussion that our intent is more, I feel more for that than you think I do. That's my objective too. That's just not an objective of some member of the committee. At least I speak for myself and many of the members of my caucus. They do want the same. And so I will leave it there again, that with saying that it'd be great if it would be back and forth, and it would be great if you could take our input constructively and make small changes, make large changes, make good changes to improve upon legislation, so that as minority, we do our purpose and you take upon us to really provide and drive that. Normally, that's what the minority does very well, because from your point of view, it's in some sense one set of ideas which all of you believe in. Whereas when we give the alternate point of view, I'm assuming some of the times it's good. So please do be open-minded to take some of those ideas, because that will help the people of Connecticut and help us write better legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. I will briefly respond to what you've said. To start with, I don't feel that I have the last word, that I have every intention on recognizing people when they indicate that they want to be recognized. I chose to do it that way, and I don't think it's right or wrong. I felt that people that are waiting to speak should be able to speak, and I had every intention on coming back to you, to Senator Sampson, to Senator Kushner, and whoever else spoke for a second time. You're right. We're in the majority and you're in the minority. And there are two parties here. And we do a lot of talk about bipartisanship, but, I have policies that are a part of my platform and the constituents that I represent, just as you and Senator Sampson actually stated. And I think that we do take in recommendations that come from the other side of the aisle. And I think that we do, in fact, I know we do, work together when we can. But what I also want people to recognize is that there are times when you will come to a crossroads and there will be no place to meet in the middle. And as the majority, we do have the last say in that instance. Representative Aurora.
This is back and forth. If three people speak in the middle, then there's no back and forth. You got the last word. That's what we have been seeing you do for a long period of time. But this is great, back and forth. And we disagree very humbly that you take the input, because I can even see, for the benefit of, and I will just basically reflect in, that as soon as a word comes out of our mouth for an idea, you already have the answer on the other side why that's a bad idea. Rather than basically saying, well, yeah, let's ask more questions of us to say, how is that a bad idea or a good idea? It's as if it does appear to me, again, humbly and respectfully to you, saying to you that you feel that whatever we say, you have already thought through and it's bad. It's not that you can say whatever you would like, but that's how we perceive example after example, case after case, it works. And it doesn't always work that way in every organization, in every committee. We have a strong feeling that a feedback we are providing to you in the committee, that listen to us. We're gonna benefit. And it's not. And I again say, it's not an ideological difference. We have common goals, Representative Porter. Both of us have common. Both of you, me, and most all of us have common goals, which is to work for the people of Connecticut and make life better for them and make their work opportunity better. And it's sometimes the ideas from the other party need to be given a little more air and input and consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And I am open to any suggestions. The only thing that I will say in response to what you just said is that outside of opening day, you and I have not had any conversation pertaining to any legislation or any policy outside of these meetings and our public hearings. and this stuff gets out there. We go through the public hearing. I welcome the conversation. The conversation has not come. So I push back a little bit on the fact that you're saying that, we make up our mind. I'm not sure exactly what I made my mind on in the way of your suggestions, since we have had very limited conversation. Representative Rohr.
That's exactly the point, that I cannot have the last word in any conversation. I know that. So I rest my case. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Rohr. I think you just succeeded at doing that. Senator Kushner, did you want to be recognized at this time?
No, I don't think my hand is up.
All righty. Well, seeing no further hand, I'm going to assume that is the end of the discussion on Roman numeral 3, item number 1. So I will ask the clerk to please call the roll on HB number 6595, item number 1.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 1, House Bill number 6595, an act concerning labor matters related to COVID-19, personal protective equipment and other staffing issues, LCO number 6006 JFS, to the floor. Senator Kushner?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter?
Representative Porter votes enthusiastically yes.
Senator Sampson? Representative Aurora?
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera?
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Anderson?
Representative Anderson votes no.
Representative Hall?
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hughes?
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser?
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Ritigliano?
Ritigliano's a no.
Representative Vargas?
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler?
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and the votes will be held open at a time to be determined later. Moving on to item number 2, which is Senate Bill number 1002, an act concerning labor issues related to COVID-19, personal protective equipment and other staffing matters. JFS to the floor. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved. Senator Lesser.
Senator Kushner seconds.
Moved by Senator Lesser, second by Senator Kushner. And I will say that this is the twin bill to House Bill 6595. And if there are any comments or questions, I open the floor at this time. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I would ask that you please call the roll on item number 2, Senate Bill 1002.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item 2, Senate Bill number 1002, an act concerning labor issues related to COVID-19, personal protective equipment and other staffing matters. LCO number 6015, JFS to the floor. Senator Kushner?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter?
Representative Porter votes again, enthusiastically yes.
Senator Sampson? Representative Aurora?
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera?
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Rep Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Anderson?
Representative Anderson votes no.
I'm sorry, Representative Anderson, I had a misconnection there. Could you repeat your vote?
Representative Anderson votes no.
Thank you. Representative Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Retigliano,
No.
Representative Vargas,
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler,
Representative Winkler votes yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, the votes will be held open. Moving on to item number 3, House Bill 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage. This is a JFS to the floor. And I'm just looking for S language. This S language makes technical changes in the provisions expanding the existing paid sick leave law and make statute 7-12 identical to statutes 20 through 25 and HB 6595. And this bill will extend the state's existing paid sick day law in numerous ways. It also establishes a new paid leave requirement for leave specifically related to COVID-19. And this is actually identical to the language that was in the 2 bills that we just voted on. So at this time, I will recognize Representative Arora.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, first of all, I do appreciate being able to discuss a specific policy proposition on itself, rather than, when it is, omnibus or a big bill, but there's 20 other items as well. So the current law has paid sick leave for 50 people, or for employers who have 50 employees or more. For very small employers, the challenge exists that they are in businesses where many times this becomes a difficulty, and as a result, they do not end up hiring full-time employees or break it up into part-time employees. So, I just want to bring out a specific number for you. And this is a number provided by the governor's office. I think it's a fiscal accountability report provided about a year ago, that Connecticut over the last decade has lost 45,000 or net of 44,400 high-wage jobs and gained 10,000 low-wage jobs. Low-wage jobs around minimum wage jobs, and high-wage jobs, the much things which would have many of the provisions we normally talk about. And I just want to point out to you that part of it is a function of the labor regulation and the policies this committee puts forward, that we are ending up driving away some of the best jobs out of Connecticut because of the lack of consideration that and demonization of employers, that they do not want to provide some of these benefits, which are very important. Whenever possible, employers generally do the right thing. But there are businesses and roles where because of the economics of the business, such things are not possible. And small businesses are traditionally much more in that spot. So what I'm saying here is that such additional mandates on smaller employees are counterproductive. And while I would like every single employer, I really do say that with all sincerity, I would like every single employer, even who employs one person, to be able to provide paid sick leave. A mandate or a mandatory element to do so is counterproductive to employment growth, to creating high quality jobs, and really is self-defeating. Hence, I would suggest that such things should be limited to 50 plus employees as it is so, while not saying that other smaller employees should not provide them, or not thinking that they would not do it because they are bad people, but understanding that some of them end up in that position of not being able to offer those because of the economics of the business. And if we force them, they go out of business and the job goes away altogether. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to see that point of view, and keep the law the way it is, which is for 50+ employees, and with the encouragement that everybody should offer a paid sick leave, but not a mandate for small employees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Rourke. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I would ask that you please call the roll on item number 3, HB number 6537.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item 3, House Bill number 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage. LCO number 6008, JFS to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson. Representative Aurora.
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera.
Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez is yes.
Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson votes no.
Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser, yes.
Representative Ritigliano.
No.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and just a reminder that the votes will be held open. Moving on to item number 4, House Bill 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreement and modern and equitable cannabis force. This bill contains numerous provisions related to the legalization of cannabis and the JFS language. Getting there, bear with me, please. Big bell. I'm going to ask Lee, because I don't see the page where the JSF language is outlined. If you could just give us the S language, please. Mr. Hanson?
Madam Chair, it adds all the sections after section 31. The remainder of the bill is are all additions to the bill. There talk about driving under the influence, criminal records, and there are a lot of other different provisions in there.
All right, thank you. And with that, I would ask for a motion to JFS this to the floor.
So moved, Madam Chair.
So we have a motion by Representative Vargas and a second by Senator Kushner.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, is that, okay. I will recognize Representative Ritigliano to be followed by Representative Aurora. You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been trying to get caught up on the JFS language that was emailed to us. I have to be honest, I haven't read this one just yet. But in my review of it from previous versions, I did have a couple of questions and comments. I saw in there that it did allow for personal cultivation. Is that still in the JFS language, Madam Chair?
Yes, that is correct, Representative.
And is it still at the 6 plant limit and 12 if you have a roommate or a second adult in the house?
I do believe that is correct. It should not have been changed. Mr. Hanson, would you confirm that for me, please?
That's correct. It has not changed.
Okay.
Thank you.
And without having read the JFS language, I did not know if we expanded your personal cultivation to be able to trade with a friend or have some sort of system in place where if you wouldn't get in trouble if your friend gave you a little bit of his, you gave your friend some of yours. If there was some sort of communal aspects of it, similar to what I believe they do in Maine, possibly Vermont. That's what language I was looking for. Is that in there, Madam Chair?
Yes, it is, and we refer to it as gift.
Gift?
Yes, as a gift. We would give a bottle of wine or a bottle of whiskey.
Understood completely. So just, I feel the need to just give it, I did have issues with, I started reading some of the JFS language, some of the provisions there with DCF and pregnant women, I kind of didn't understand. It seemed to be a bridge too far for me a little bit, but I felt that if I could just have a moment and explain my position on marijuana and how I feel about marijuana, I am not for, in general, I'm not for legalization of marijuana. I think it's, really terrible for our youth and all this other stuff, but I know that's not for this committee. I wanted to tell you that as an evolved position that many of us have come through, and on my persuasion or my side of the aisle, is that I'm for the personal cultivation of marijuana. I no longer see it as a legalization issue. I'm not for the criminalization of marijuana anymore. I am against the commercialization of marijuana. I don't understand why we're handing over this issue to what's going to end up being giant corporations who preyed upon our young people with cigarettes. It's going to be the same thing with marijuana. If we want to pass a bill out of this committee that takes anybody out of jail that has marijuana or uses marijuana, and people can grow it, smoke it themselves, trade it with their friends, who am I to tell somebody what to do in the privacy of their own home? But to turn this over to what inevitably is going to be giant tobacco. I hear ads for marijuana on the Sirius radio on my ride in. I see billboards for it now. We'll end up with some version of Joe Camel. This will go the same way as tobacco. So I know it's not pertinent to the bill, and I appreciate you allowing me to state what's become an evolved position over the issue of marijuana. All for decriminalization, personal cultivation, just not commercialization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Vitigliano, and I do appreciate you sharing that perspective with us. And I would love to talk a little more about that. We're not too far off, so.
Anytime, Madam, anytime.
Thank you, thank you. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Vitigliano really captured some of my thoughts very well, so I will not repeat those. But I would add to them that the risk, or emphasize perhaps, that I'm very worried about the risk to youth. I'm really, really worried as we do that. I do think it's time not to have prohibition, because prohibition just has not worked. It has not worked on other things. It has not worked on marijuana. And we all agree with that. But the question which we really do know is that just like prohibition did not work, a very large-scale commercial adoption of cigarettes and tobacco did not work either. And encouragement of that didn't work either. So at this point, we have the benefit of both those ideas, that we do not need to put anyone in jail for smoking marijuana, but we do not want to encourage that industry in our state, because sooner or later, once the industry is out, the industry is out. We may start with allowing only folks in certain cities. They will be costed. They will be approached by large corporations who will give them a lot of money. We'll give them $50 million, $20 million to sell their licenses or to be able to partner with them. That's going to happen. We're not going to be able to refuse them, or take when somebody in a town which was impacted hard by the war on drugs gets offered $25 million by a large company, listed company, which is multi-billion dollars, to be a part of it. And they will figure out a great relationship or a partnership or some kind of a contract which will obey whatever constraints we may put. So what I'm saying here is that this bill, that the time for marijuana prohibition is over, but it doesn't really mean that we need to do something as expansive as this bill does. And true to the comments of Representative Riccigliano, a very narrow version of something is what we would prefer, what I would prefer, what many of my constituents would prefer. And we are very worried. And we would say that if in 10 years we stand with a massive problem of our youth in impaired from the brain damage it causes for youth, I would be very sad that this committee had anything to do with that. And I was a part of any committee which had anything to do with that. So I want to be the naysayer or the warner, ring the warning that we are taking a big risk with our youth. And I think I want to have no hand in that. And that's why I will be voting no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Duly noted. Senator Kushner.
I'll be brief, but I just want to thank you, Madam Chair, for really working so hard to get this bill before this committee. And, I particularly appreciate your efforts to ensure that we have a bill that would regulate the cannabis industry in a way that is equitable to all in our state, particularly Black and Brown communities who have been disproportionately impacted by particularly the war on drugs. And I've heard you say many times what that means to you. I'm not going to try and say it, but I appreciate your input here. I also want to say that I really I find the pieces of this, the sections of this bill that pertain to labor peace agreements really do put us in a position as a state to ensure that when we are regulating and bringing in new industries, that we're doing it in a way that intentionally supports good jobs with good benefits and brings equity to our state. So I really appreciate all your efforts on this. It's been a huge undertaking, and you've done it with heart and with soul and with a great deal of intelligence. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Yes, Representative Anderson, followed by Representative Aurora for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may surprise you, I'm in general agreement with my Republican colleagues. I do believe that we've been very schizophrenic in the last 100 years, how we've treated cannabis. It should not be a Schedule I drug. On the federal side, it still is. Many people have been incarcerated unjustly for too long when they shouldn't have been incarcerated at all for some of the charges. I have to say, I'm somewhat libertarian in this. My constituents are vastly opposed, though, what I'm hearing. It's about 10-1. The problems I have with this bill, it really adds too much baggage to decriminalizing, legalizing, regulating. Too many higher taxes. It's made it a social justice equity thing and added in the labor preferences. So for me, it's a liberty thing when we're making an equity thing. So I have to oppose the bill the way it is now, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Anderson, for your thoughts and expressions. Representative Aurora for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My real concern with the bill is about the risk to youth and risk to the health of our community, as I mentioned earlier. But I would say that if I were to be putting on my commercial hat, and on this bill, I really was more a hat which is to do with health. I would say what this bill is doing in some sense is playing to what I really would like, which is it's going to kill this industry right in the beginning. Because, as much research I've done on industry, that has been some of my work for 20 years of how industries evolve, which industries survive, which industry grow, where they grow, how they basically prosper, create employment, and grow 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The one place where they do not grow is if upfront they are told what to do and put under serious regulation. So to the extent that I do not want the industry to grow too much in Connecticut, I'm fine if it is a small industry which is very well regulated. This bill may be in some sense achieving the purpose. But my point being that if we are thinking about revenues from marijuana or wanting to have an industry which is responsible, regulating the industry is the last way to do for a sunrise industry. So I want to point out that hopefully for other industries and most incipients or fast growing industries, we don't use this model, because that would be just making sure that no new industry ever comes to our state. But nevertheless, I wanted to point out that the elements of regulation imposed on this industry are pretty much a disaster and are going to hurt this industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I will respond by saying elements of this legislation is needed because of the disproportionate impact and damage that it has done to Black and brown and poor communities. And it does need to be regulated in a way that provides equity to those who have been harmed the most. And I also mentioned that this is a multi-billion-dollar industry throughout the U.S. right now. And during the last year of 2020, when we suffered a pandemic, economic depression, unheard of unemployment, I mean, we got hit from all sides this past year. We lost over, I think it was 22 million jobs nationally. We still have 200,000 plus people here that aren't employed. And during a time like that, this industry has seen historical growth. Historical. We are looking at 10-year projections for certain industries ranging from 25 to 61% over the next 10 years. The cannabis industry has had an actual growth over the last 4 years of 161%. So this is not just about revenues. And it's not just about making those communities whole, but it is also about workforce development. Because anytime you look at a state like Illinois, who legalized last year, rake in sales of over $1 billion, I can tell you that a billion-dollar industry comes with a whole lot of jobs that are very much needed right now, especially in the state of Connecticut. So we're not just thinking about this in the terms of commercialization, because that is how it's been done. That is the way it's being done. The train has left the station, and I feel like Connecticut is actually playing catch up. New York is about to legalize in much the fashion of the language of this legislation, in fact. Massachusetts has done it. Our surrounding states are on board, and there are states across this nation that have done it already. So I just want to add that to give a more well-rounded perspective to what you just stated, Representative Aurora, and I will recognize you.
Yeah, I just want to, this is good because we're discussing something which really could be a good input, that we are for equity. I really think that's a good idea. I think the way equity would be restored here is not by selecting a few folks who are from those specific areas which were hardest hit and make them multimillionaires or billionaires. Or I think multi-millionaire, decamillionaires is what's going to happen. But taking the revenues from this and allocating it to those communities for programs of education and various kinds. That's the equity. I think that has been proposed as well. That is the equity that should happen. The idea that we are going to give these licenses to those communities, and I think, you just have to think one step forward. Those licenses, as I mentioned, are going to be sold or transferred or shared with larger companies who will find more value, have more experience, will be able to leverage them further, and they will provide large amounts of money to a selected few. And as I think we all agree that we don't want to give the money to a selected few. How many licenses can you give? 20, 40, 50? You want to make 50, 20 millionaires? That's your idea of equity, the way it's written here. The idea of equity, the way I would suggest is that if you want to basically auction these off and take all those dollars and basically pump them right back into the community, into programs like education, into programs, and keep some money for de-addiction, because you will need that. And that's for youth education, because we will need that. And so and this is the debate I really like, that yes, we agree with equity just like you do, but the way it's being done here is wrong, is not going to work. And we would like you to consider the other way, which is basically auction these licenses to, if you have to give these licenses, contain how many maximum people can sell, and then use that money for the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And, you know, a lot of what you stated is actually in this bill as far as reinvestment relating to equity and revenues for communities most harmed, students, education, all those things are addressed. So we do agree there. And I do thank you for putting that on the record. Representative Ritigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. You know, I'm at my Capitol computer and the raise hand function isn't there. So the only one I have is a thumbs up. I don't know if you have the same problem or not, but
just wave at me. I see you.
I'll just wave. Okay, I understand. I just wanted to reiterate, I understand and I really feel that you care about your constituents and the people that you represent. I don't doubt that for a second. If the conversation about commercialization going forward, I understand about the jobs and the taxes, but these companies ultimately are going to prey upon the people you're trying to help. If we as a state could get away from the money aspect of this and just decommercialize this whole thing, let people do what they want to do in the privacy of the home, which they kind of can do now with alcohol and beer and all sorts of other things. I think for all of our communities, it would be better that to have some version of the new version of Joe Camel on a billboard, you know, pumping gummies to kids who are, you know what I'm saying? I just think ultimately that gleam of money might look good, but it's going to end up hurting those that we want to help the most. So thank you for allowing me to speak for the second time. I really feel passionate about it. It's taken me a long time in my life to get to this position because as an employer of young people all these years, I've seen how destructive it can be to young people that use it. And but I have evolved over time to say, you know, basically, who am I to tell somebody what to do in the privacy of their home? But also Maine and Uruguay, the whole country, they've done it this way. Personal cultivation, trading amongst friends, no commercialization. It seems to be working. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to talk to you about it down the road.
Yes, likewise, Representative. And the only thing that I will state is that we do not support children using cannabis, and that, you know, the age of consent and legalization is 21 in this piece of legislation. And we do take efforts to make sure that they are educated, that their families are educated, they have access to the things that would deter them from use. And I think that the way we have outlined, the way we reinvest in these communities will help to do that. Because it has been my experience that kids, especially young kids, that like to smoke cannabis or drink or pop pills or whatever it is they're doing, they do it because there's a lot of idle time. And my grandmother always said, idle time is the devil's playground. These revenues can be used to put community centers back in our communities, right? To build reading programs and standardize education, healthcare, all the things that we don't think about that increase poverty. And poverty is intimately linked to criminalization. So I think the way we have done this, we have really been deeply thoughtful about the work that we're trying to do, about the restoration that we're trying to bring, the communities, the people and the families that we're trying to heal, and at the same time comply with what is being done nationally around the commercialization of cannabis. And I can't say that I'm not in agreement with a lot of what you said. I wish that that was something that the U.S. had thought of doing, but this thing is out the gate, and I don't know how we get it back. So
we've been talking about it for a while, Madam Chair. Just not to interrupt. We've been trying to get that perspective out there about the commercialization, but we'll see.
Yes, we will, and I do look forward to having that conversation. And seeing no further hands, I will ask the clerk to please call item number 4, House Bill 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements and a modern and equitable cannabis workforce.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 4, House Bill number 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements and a modern and equitable cannabis workforce. LCO number 5998, JFS to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes enthusiastically in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson. Representative Aurora.
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, could you please repeat your vote? I had a misconnection.
Sure. Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Thank you. Representative
Thank you.
Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Anderson,
Representative Anderson votes no.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Retigliano,
Retigliano is no.
Representative Vargas,
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And as has been stated, the votes will be held open at a time to be determined later. Moving on, we will take a look at item number 5, House Bill 6478, an act concerning workers' compensation. This will be a JFS to the floor. And this bill will address existing laws that allow a workers' compensation commissioner to award additional benefits to a claimant who has exhausted his or her partial permanent disability benefits. Current law limits the duration of these additional benefits to the lesser of 1, the duration of claimant's PPD benefits, or 520 weeks. The bill increases this limit to the lesser of 5 times the duration of claimant's PPD benefits, or 780 weeks. It also requires the commissioner to determine whether the disability is substantial enough to allow for the award of the benefits past the original duration of the employee's PPD benefits. And the S language, which is LCO 5996, makes statute 2 through 5 identical to 1 through 4 in House Bill 6595. So this is another instance where we have a standalone bill for language that has been included in the COVID bills that we heard earlier. And with that being stated, can I get a motion, please?
Representative Hughes, so moved.
Second.
Moved by Representative Hughes, second by Representative Vargas. Any comments or questions? Yes, Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll be brief. Going forward, I'm going to vote no today because I have trouble with the presumption on COVID. But I agree with adding weeks to the disability claim. I also agree with increasing the death benefit for those workers. So I hope after this passes out of committee today, which I sure it will, if it gets calls on the floor and there's time for negotiation, maybe we could have a place where we could all be a yes, which I think we're probably closer on this bill than you think, Madam. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Representative, and I caught it. So we will have that discussion. Yes, Representative Aurora.
I just want to echo Representative Retigliano's comments that we could get this done. The presumption is what is something which is not acceptable. But the other elements, as laid out by Representative Retigliano, I echo the same comments.
Thank you, Representative Aurora, and I will add you to that conversation.
As written, by the way, Terry, as written.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll on item number 5, HB 6478?
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 5, House Bill number 6478, an act concerning workers' compensation, LCO number 5996, JFS to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson,
Sorry, I missed the debate, but Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Aurora,
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Anderson,
Representative Anderson is a no.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall is a yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester is a yes.
Representative Retigliano,
Retigliano is a no.
Representative Vargas,
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And as a reminder, the votes will be held open at a time to be determined later. Moving on to item number 6, Senate Bill 658, an act requiring employers to recall certain laid-off workers in order of seniority. This will be a JF to the floor, and it is identical to language in Section 7, House Bill 6595. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Senator Kushner, second
By Representative Vargas, I second it.
by Representative Vargas. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I would ask that you please call the roll on item number 6, Senate Bill number, I'm sorry. Look, I looked down for a minute, I looked back up and everybody's waving at me. Hey, okay. Well, you know what, Senator Sampson, you've been away, so I'm gonna give you the first bite at this apple. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chairman. And I'm very sorry I missed a little bit of our committee. I had another obligation in a couple of other committees. So, and I wasn't going to speak on this bill, but I didn't see anyone else. So I figure I should say something at least. And I just want to state for the record that I'm going to oppose this bill simply because I think it's just, the heavy hand of government once again. An employer who lays off employees should be allowed to choose who he brings back and when for what's best for his company. Just to touch on the conversation we keep having about what's pro-business and pro-employer and pro-employee and all that, my opinion is that what's best for everyone is a productive economy. And productive economy means letting employers make good decisions to grow their companies and therefore have the ability to hire people, increase wages, and improve the lives of people generally. So I don't agree with a bill that says that an employer has to follow some script, and even more than that. I mean, this bill actually creates a violation that could allow someone to bring a lawsuit against them. I'm about freedom, Madam Chairman. I believe that freedom is always the answer in these situations. Because if I'm an employer and if I don't want to bring someone back in the order, I'm not going to comply with this. I'll find some other way to do it. And we just don't want to create that situation. So let them have the ability to choose who they want. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you would, please call the roll on item number 6, Senate Bill 658.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Senate Bill number 658, an act requiring employers to recall certain laid off workers in order of seniority, JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Aurora,
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Anderson,
Representative Anderson votes no.
Representative Hall,
Representative Hall votes yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Retigliano,
No, for now.
Representative Vargas,
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler,
Representative Winkler votes yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And just a reminder that the votes will be held open. Moving on to item number 7, Senate Bill 660, an act expanding workers' compensation benefits for certain mental or emotional impairments suffered by healthcare providers in connection with COVID-19. This will be a JF to the floor, and it is identical to sections 5 through 6 in House Bill 6595. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Hall,
Second.
second by Representative Sanchez. Any comments or questions on this? Yes, Representative Aurora.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question whether this bill is only applicable to those in connection with COVID-19, or is it an expansion beyond that? This is a PTSI issue, as we discussed, but what's the breadth?
Let's see.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
5 and 6. It defines COVID-19, eligible independent, and
Madam Chair,
yes, Senator Kushner.
would you allow me to respond?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. This bill, it not only includes the healthcare workers during COVID, but it does non-specific to COVID. It relates to an agreement that was made at the end of the 2019 session that we would study the issue of the impact of post-traumatic stress injuries on the EMS and the EMTs and EMS and the Department of Corrections. We expanded that study to also look at the impact on dispatchers. So this bill is crafted into it to both handle and respect that discussion that we had at the end of 2019. I do want to point out that was a bipartisan discussion, and it did involve also, other stakeholders. And so we include those remedies going forward. The provision of PTSI coverage for workers' compensation for healthcare workers is limited to the relationship to COVID, and they're dealing with the massive deaths and illness that they were faced with, and the untold hours they spent, and the lack of time off, and the concern for their families and their fear they were bringing home. Those criteria are different than the criteria encompassed in the bill for EMTs, DOC employees, and dispatchers.
Madam Chair, if I may clarify through you.
Yes.
It's so there are two elements to it for, and maybe I'm repeating, but I just want it to be clear in my mind for COVID-related only healthcare workers who are frontline healthcare workers, and on the other side, non-specific, it's three. It's dispatchers, EMT. Are dispatchers included? EMT, dispatchers, and Department of Corrections. Is that the three? Did I get them right?
That is for you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Senator
That is correct. The only thing I want to just, I have to ask maybe our OLR, when I say healthcare providers related to COVID, I believe the other categories would already be covered because they qualify, first responders, they qualify as police, fire, EMTs. So they would actually have the COVID coverage as well, but because they're already covered for PTSD.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I just wanted to be clear because we weren't saying they weren't impacted by COVID, only the healthcare workers were. We had already granted some of those benefits in 2019.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point well taken. I think I understand exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'm again reminded of my Milton Friedman quote from earlier in the meeting, which is we have to make sure we do not measure everything simply on intentions, but on results. And I think the people on this committee know that I submitted a bill that actually would have added EMS to the list of eligible folks for this valuable expansion of PTSD coverage. And I was a big part of the conversation when we passed the original bill in 19, and I actually took some heat for holding it up because I was so angry that EMS was not included when we were including police and fire. And I still feel the same way. And I'm open to DOC employees. That makes some sense to me as far as them being in a law enforcement capacity. But what this bill is doing is just going another step further. And if I'm correct about this, Madam Chairman, maybe you can confirm that I'm reading this correctly. While PTSD, in my mind, applies to police, firemen, EMTs that might see some tremendously, I don't know, horrific scene at an accident, or someone, God forbid, they're decapitated or die in an accident or something. I mean, I can see and envision someone really being affected by that. And I even do that with the understanding that I know that people that go into those careers are prepared for that because that's why they chose those careers. But this bill, through you, Madam Chairman, I just want to ask, does this bill actually intend to cover a PCA who develops PTSD because they witnessed someone who dies from COVID-19? And I'll extend that question to include frontline health workers, maybe as a separate question, but I think the bill it covers both. Is that correct through you, Madam Chairman?
That is correct. And I mean, I think it's most appropriate because of the fact that we are dealing with a pandemic that the likes of my generation, and I would venture to say generation before mine, have not experienced. And surely our frontline workers, well, the ones that you refer to, the police, the fire, they go in with that understanding. I don't think that anyone, including my sister, who actually works at one of the nursing homes in New Haven, signed up for what they've gone through and are continuing to go through because people are still getting COVID and people are still dying from COVID. There are attachments, bonds, and social bonds that are built with these caregivers and the people that they see about. And it is traumatic. And I think it's really unfortunate that one of the things I don't think, Senator Sampson, we're talking about enough is the mental health impact that this pandemic has had on these essential workers. I have sat with my sister in tears because every day they were losing 5 and 6 people a day That's a lot of folks to see rolled out on a stretcher in a body bag. And unfortunately, I was there one day. Actually, I called Thankful Thursdays. Me and a partner of mine, Darryl Purvis out of New Haven, who owns a restaurant, we decided that we were going to go around and just feed nursing home, police, fire, everybody, that was working hard and out here on these front lines while we had the luxury of staying at home. And one particular day, I will never forget, it's still in my mind. We were standing outside doing this, and they asked us to step aside because they were actually getting ready to bring out a body. And I can't even tell you what it did to me. And I don't work in the building. It's not what I do every day. There was no emotional, physical, spiritual attachment to this person per se. But I was impacted, and surely not to the degree that these workers are day in and day out. I mean, the daily toll that comes from patient death after patient death, sometimes with healthcare workers being the only ones allowed to be at the bedside in a patient's last hours, can be tremendously overwhelming. I can't even imagine what that does to them. Who wants to die alone without their family and their loved ones by their side? And this is exactly what has been happening during this pandemic. And they don't just see patients, they're not accustomed to seeing this happen over and over again. This has happened at a rate that has been unprecedented. So, they carried this stress home, and it was because of the exposure to COVID-19 that all of this has impacted them and the people that they've been serving. So, it takes a toll having to tell family members over and over again, or, standing with your phone or a laptop, trying to Zoom with family members or FaceTime with family members as these people that they care about are taking their last breath. So there's a tremendous detriment that is done. And I'll go even further. It's not just mental, it's physical and it's spiritual. And for people that have loved ones, families, and friends that do this work, if they're coming home and having this communication, it's not only affecting them, it's affecting me, and having to worry about, am I going to lose her because she's going to catch COVID and die? Or am I going to lose her or myself or my grandson? I mean, we've been quarantined because she got sick in the nursing home. And I can't even begin to tell you what was going through my mind and the prayers I prayed over my grandchild, because it was his weekend to be with me. And we all ended up getting quarantined for 14 days. And I had to pray to God, look, take me if this is what's going to happen, if this is how it's going to hit my house. But please spare my grandson. And I'm not a worker. I'm not a part of this legislation. But the people that I love and care about, and many of them whom I've formed relationships with out of this pandemic, are near and dear to me. So I just wanted to share that with you in response to what you said, and give you an opportunity to respond if you would like.
Thank you. I was asking a question, Madam Chairman, so thank you for that answer. And I appreciate everything that you said, and I'm very sympathetic to the comments that you made, and I've experienced some of those same feelings myself. There's a lot of things you didn't mention, though, that I have similar concerns about, like the people that have contacted me since the beginning of the pandemic, whose relatives who are in the nursing home, who they are unable to see, and the tremendous pain that has caused family members. And there's no question that there are people that live in, who reside in nursing homes who declined rapidly because of the lack of contact with their loved ones. And it's an unbelievably distressing and concerning situation on lots of levels. And I don't disagree with anything that you said. I mean, obviously, anyone who's exposed to the passing of anyone for any reason is going to be stricken with grief. I just am a little incredulous about the difference between stricken with grief and equating that with PTSD. And then I guess my question, Madam Chairman, as a follow-up would be, why would we limit it to COVID-19 if our concern is about the PTSD of someone who works in a nursing home environment, or someone who is a frontline nurse, or a PCA who works for their elderly patient, if they're stricken with grief to the point of PTSD, why is it this bill limited to COVID-19?
I would say that it's limited to COVID-19 because COVID-19 is been the root cause. Like I said, prior to COVID, there has been nothing that has hit nursing homes, or for that fact, our homes, right? The state of Connecticut in general, overall, the way that COVID-19 has. So that's why we are saying as it relates to COVID-19.
I understand that, but Madam Chairman, anyone who works in a nursing home environment is going to be exposed to people passing. It's just, it's the nature of that business.
Mm-hmm.
Often people who go into a nursing home, they don't leave there. So I don't know. I mean, it seems to me that there's a multitude of reasons why people might become grief-stricken because of someone passing in a situation like that. And if they're going to get PTSD from the grief of someone passing from COVID-19, it seems to me that they would get grief from someone passing for any reason. Not to mention, if the point is that COVID-19 is a pandemic that has had such a significant impact, well, we could change this language to say any health pandemic. I think it's interesting because I know that there have been cases in the past where a particular flu virus has gone through a nursing home and cost many, many lives all at once too, to the same kind of, pandemic, maybe not a pandemic that affects the whole state or country, but certainly in the nursing home. They have a pandemic on their own because the flu virus can be quite virulent in a situation like that. So I'm throwing that out as just something worth pondering. I'm going to vote in favor of the bill today, Madam Chairman. And I do it out of the complete emotional argument that you made. But I will do it with something in the back of my mind, asking myself if it's actually reasonable, because I really don't know that it is. I believe PTSD is a really significant thing that affects people, and we need to provide help to them. And I don't want to endanger minimizing what the definition of PTSD is. Even though I'm very sympathetic to the people that you described in the situations, of course, anyone would be. We're human beings, and when anyone passes, we're going to have a concern. And I don't mean to minimize in any way someone who's in the circumstances you described. For instance, someone who's witnessed, a number of people pass from COVID-19. That has got to be a very traumatic experience, and I can see it leading to PTSD. I'm just going to rely on the language in the bill that says that someone has to be diagnosed. And I'm hoping that doctors take that seriously, and they measure PTSD by what really is PTSD and not simple grief. Because again, my problem with a lot of this legislation is, while the intentions are great, these programs need to survive. And if we overwhelm the workers' compensation system, then no one will have a benefit. And it's a legitimate concern I think we have to be aware of. And I'll leave it with that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. And the only thing I will say in response to that is there is a difference between grief and trauma. And when I think about, the personal experience that I've had with this, not knowing, you're in a place where this thing is running through the facility you work at like a wildfire. And so much is unknown. And I'm talking about early on, right? Last year, this time, when these bodies were rolling out on a regular 5-6 a day. So that's trauma. There's something different about trauma than grief. And I'm glad that you actually stated for the record, because that is true. It's not just because I feel I have PTSD or PTSI, right? A doctor is going to have to say and state and support that his findings validate that I have, or he or she has, PTSD. And with that, I will recognize Senator Kushner to be followed by Representative Ritigliano, to be followed by Representative Aurora. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate what's been said on this subject by both you, Madam Chair, and by Senator Sampson. And a lot of the things just said, Representative Porter really do, I think, put in the guardrails, particularly the diagnosis issue. But I do want to say that up until 1993, all workers in our state did have access to coverage of workers' compensation for post-traumatic stress injuries, and the understanding that these brain injuries are real injuries, even though they may not be what we normally think of as physical injuries. And we changed law. I was long before I was here. But in 2019, we really did have, I think, a really productive conversation about how do we begin to address this and look at the serious consequences of not covering workers for PTSI. And we recognized that with our first responders, that there were collateral consequences to that no one anticipated, that we addressed in that 2019 session. And then we recognized that we had left some categories out that were, very important to the first responder teams that needed to be included here. I think that, during the process of that work group that was formed out of the 2019 session, I learned a lot about this. And so it really just sort of alerted me to recognize when people are talking about what was going on during COVID, that we were dealing with post-traumatic stress. And I saw it in conversations with nurses first, where in those conversations, and one of those nurses testified before our committee, Brittany, I think her last name is Manley from Danbury. And when they described what they were dealing with, it wasn't grief. It was very different than grief. It had to do with the combination of factors, but clearly, I think sort of most basic was that while she was trained to handle patients that she couldn't necessarily make well, this was like totally different. That this was death, and they had no idea how to treat it. They had no idea, especially in the beginning, of how to help these patients, and there were no support systems for them. There was shortage of staffing. There was chaos. There was fear for your own life. There was having to be the family member because the family members weren't allowed in. I mean, and you've said all this, so I know we're all very emotional about this because we all have constituents who share this. This is not a partisan issue at all. We all have heard these stories. But I think what happened for me was when I heard the stories from the nurses and also from the PCAs who, were the only ones there with the individual they've loved for and cared for, and had no way of knowing how to deal with it. When I heard these stories, I could see the difference and sort of see this post-traumatic stress thing kick in, where some of the ways in which the stories were being told, and I'm not a doctor, obviously, I couldn't diagnose somebody, but it made me think this is not just grief, this is not just stress, this is trauma. And so I think that you're correct that there is a diagnosis piece to it, and we have to rely on doctors to do, to understand that within their professional skills. And some people who are grieving might not get post-traumatic stress diagnoses. Some people who should get it may not get it. I mean, but I think that at this moment, it was so incumbent on us to recognize what happened. And so to pass a PTSI bill, which I know we were all committed to do, and leave that portion out just seemed like it would be cruel. And so I really appreciate it. And I think we're all coming from the same part, even though I think we're all coming from the same place. And I do appreciate the bipartisan support on this issue. And I know we could all probably talk forever, so I'm going to try and shut up now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Ritigliano, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are less important than they were when I first raised my hand. I was just going to reach out to my colleague and ensure enforce that, the bill's probably not perfect because many of them aren't, but the issue is too important to ignore. We have to address it. We should address it now. Maybe the conversation keeps going and we make some technical changes to thing, but we can't go away from talking about this issue. People are certainly suffering. As a son of a nurse, a brother of a nurse, we all hear the stories. We all know what's going on in the world. These people aren't looking for time off or anything free. They're looking for treatment. They need help. And I think anything we could do to help them is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Amen. Representative Aurora.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I'll be brief, and my sentiments are the same, and my ideas or thoughts are the same as mentioned by all my colleagues here. That this is the kind of legislation which we can do bipartisan, and where we see a problem, and just like Representative Rutigliano said, we are not going to be perfect in solving it, but we know it's a problem. We're going to attack it. We're going to do it, and we will provide input if there is some tweak to be done. But by and large, I think it's a very important thing we need to address. Just as was pointed out, nobody just gets PTSD because they want to, because they see trauma, and it impacts different people differently, because for some people, there are certain elements would be trauma, while for others it'd be a different level. So I think the way it's written does work reasonably well, but at the same time, we always look for things to improve. And I think this is narrow legislation is the way I think we should do things. And I commend you for bringing it up, and I'll be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And I will just echo the sentiments of my co-chair and say that it gives me great delight to have bipartisan support on this bill. And I do appreciate it very much. So thank you all. Seeing no further comments or questions, I would ask Mr. Clerk if you would please call the roll on item number 7, Senate Bill number 660.
Item number 3, bills for final action. Item number 7, Senate Bill number 660, an act expanding workers' compensation benefits for certain mental or emotional impairments suffered by healthcare providers in connection with COVID-19. JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson.
So very sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Aurora.
Aurora is a yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson votes yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Senator Lesser, I apologize. I have to go back to you. Was your camera on? I'm not sure I saw you.
It was, but I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Representative Rutigliano.
Rutigliano is a yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I will just remind people that the votes will be held open, a time to be determined later. And we can move on to item number 8, House Bill 6343, an act concerning a study of gig workers, and this will be a JFS to the floor, and the members should be in receipt of LCO number 6065.
So moved. This is Representative Hughes.
I'm going to recognize Senator Kushner, before we move on this,
Oh.
Representative Hughes, so if you could just withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, because I'm not sure what Senator Kushner is about to say, but you have the floor, madam.
I'm so sorry, I got over enthusiastic and I raised my hand before the motion was made. Go ahead, Representative Hughes.
Okay, Representative Hughes, so moved.
Senator Kushner seconds.
So we have a motion by Representative Hughes and a second by Senator Kushner, and this bill will require the Labor Commissioner in consultation with the chairpersons of the Joint Standing Committee of the General Assembly, having cognizance over matters of labor, to study gig workers in this state. Any comments or questions? And I will recognize Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, we've done a lot of work on, particularly did a lot of work on the drivers piece of the gig economy this session. And I think we had very productive discussions about how we might best move forward. However, at this moment, it appears we still have some, there's still work to be done on it. And so I was very happy that we had a bill to study the gig economy workers and all different sectors within the gig economy. As we had said during public hearing and previous discussions, this is an evolving workplace issue, and the traditional relationships don't necessarily exist, but we need to make sure that as a legislature and as a state that we are transforming and looking forward to how we regulate those relationships so that there are workers' rights and so that workers are protected just like they would be in a more traditional work setting. And so I am, pleased that we have this bill and the opportunity to continue this discussion and look forward to being part of that, and hope that by next session we'll be able to bring a bill forward that very specifically begins to address these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any further comments or questions? Yes, Representative Vitigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to let you know that I just got the JFS language a little while ago, and I'm supportive of this study because, quite frankly, I want to know. But I'm concerned about who's going to be part of the group. I'm not saying it has to be from everywhere. I'm glad that it's not some, elitist group from Yale solely. But if you really bring the right people to the table and we get the information we need, you could get probably bipartisan support for it. So even though it's a little too vague for maybe me, I am supportive of the concept because I legitimately want to know what the right way to go for these people are. I am totally sympathetic to the workers. I'm totally sympathetic to the fact that they want to just come and go as they please. But I'm also cognizant of these gigantic employers not paying into the system that the rest of us employers are paying into. So if we have sort of a well-rounded group and we get together and we come up with some good plans, I think it would be most helpful for everyone. So I will leave it at that. I want to let you know that I am supporting it now, even though I wish you sort of spelled out who was going to be there a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vitigliano. Duly noted. Senator Sampson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do align myself in some regard to the comments of my colleague, Representative Vitigliano. I'm certainly sympathetic to anyone who's in an employer-employee relationship, which I don't think these people are, for the record. And I'm going to vote no today. And the reason why I'm going to vote no is very simply that I am fearful of this committee and what it might do with information that is achieved through such a study. Again, I believe in freedom, and I believe that's what benefits these employees and their employers the most, that they are entering into a business arrangement with their eyes wide open, and they are deciding of their own free will what those terms are and whether they want to participate. When the government starts to stick its nose in there and puts pressure on one side of that playing field, that's when you have problems. So I would encourage the committee to back off and let capitalism and free trade and commerce occur out of respect for our constituents, which are free citizens that we work for. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Vitigliano for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. I would encourage the committee to have a perspective such as Senator Sampson's involved in the group, because it's important and it adds validity to the process. I think if we have many voices at the table and we really secure the information we need, we can balance workers' rights along with employers paying into a system that the rest of us do. So I know I said it before, but he made such a good point that, you know, all voices should be heard.
I agree, sir. Thank you. Representative Aurora.
Unmuted. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I was struggling to get the substitute language. I think it was sent separately. So have we I just a question for you is, have we taken out a specific agent, a specific organization? I think it had earlier mentioned that the DOL will consult specifically with Yale Law School. Has that been taken out, and or is it still in there?
It has been taken out, Representative Aurora.
Yeah, I did see a language come by, and I don't know whether I was just looking at the last one and it came by later. And now it's going to be DOL with consultation with the committee. Is that how we are writing it?
Yes,
Madam Chair?
consultation with the committee that has cognizance, which is the Labor Committee. And I will recognize Senator Kushner with the assumption that she wants to respond. Senator Kushner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this S language did come late, and you know, represents a continuing to look at these issues and try and get it right. And it does call, instead of identifying specific individuals or organizations, and I understand Representative Vitigliano's discomfort a little bit with having it so vague, but at the same time, I think that gives us opportunity to really formulate a variety of voices that can be heard in this regard. But it specifically does say that the commission will do it in conjunction with the chairs of the Labor Committee, with gig workers, and with other stakeholders. So I think the effort is there to make it clear that it needs to have numerous voices at the table. And we will do our best to make sure that all sides are heard on this. It is a massive undertaking, and we may find ways to develop structures that will best accommodate that and get us to a point where we can make some recommendations, hopefully, before the next session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
yes, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate that we need to have all voices, all ideas on the table, because I agree as well that if someone is working for more than X hours, and there may be 10 or 20, then worker comps is equally applicable to them, because in the end they are working for maybe different hours, some night hours, some day hours at their own will, which I really think need to preserve for them. So I'm very sympathetic that some solution needs to be figured out on some of these important issues. But why would it be? It just makes me sad that you would just say the chairs and not the minority opinion, not the ranking, because the whole idea should be that we should include everyone. When you say, and please take it with due respect, I do mean due respect, that I think it would be so nice. I always say that you would give without us asking, that listen, your voice, as well as our voice, you have the majority, so you would be leading it, but to just exclude us, isn't it in the right spirit? We just started off this whole session discussing that. I would suggest that you add that right now, because it would be in good spirit. It would be in good spirit. We're going to bring some opinions in there which would help, some viewpoints which would help. And we are very committed. And you heard Representative Rutigliano say the same thing, and myself saying the same thing. We're committed to basically say, okay, let's make it work so that the system works and there is nobody free riding in some sense the worker comp program, or everybody and the workers get the right balance in there. We need to study it together. So I would strongly suggest and ask you that we should include all voices when we talk in the committee chairs with the minority party as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. And that's my suggestion.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kushner.
So I have worked on this issue for a very long time, and I do want to see us make advances in it. I also have worked in previous, since being a legislator, I've been designated as part of several working groups. And I think the goal is to get this done and get it done right and get something productive out of it. To the extent that we have had this discussion here, I'm sure we'll be in consultation with the minority representatives, the ranking members, and through them, the minority members of this committee. But I do not think at this moment we should change the structure of the bill as it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. All right. Seeing no further hands, I will ask Mr. Clerk if you would please call the roll on item number 8, House Bill number 6343.
Number 3, bills for final action. Item 8, House Bill number 6343, an act concerning a study of gig workers, JFS to the floor, LCO number 6065. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Aurora.
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Sanchez.
Sorry.
Senator Cabrera.
Senator Cabrera.
Sorry about that. Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson votes no.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Rutigliano.
Rutigliano is a yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and the votes will be held open. And we will move on to item number 9. Do you believe that's correct? Yes. House Bill 6344, an act creating the Office of Unemployed Workers Advocate. This will be a JF to the floor. This bill requires the Labor Commissioner to establish the Office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate. In other words, an advocate office within DOL to assist the individuals who are unemployed. It requires the Labor Commissioner to designate by July 1, 2021, the unemployed workers advocate who serves at the pleasure of the Commissioner to manage the daily activities and duties of the advocate office. The advocate must be someone with expertise and experience in unemployment compensation benefits and advocacy for the rights of unemployed individuals. May I have a motion, please?
Representative Hughes. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Ed.
Moved by Representative Vargas.
Seconded by Representative Hughes.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I would ask that you please call the roll on item number 9, House Bill 6344.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 9, House Bill number 6344, an act establishing the office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate, JF, to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes no.
Representative Aurora,
Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Anderson,
Representative Anderson is no.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lester in the affirmative.
Representative Retigliano,
Tigliano votes no.
Representative Vargas,
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and the votes will remain open. Moving on to item number 10, Senate Bill 662, an act extending the validity of certain occupational safety and health administration training for public works projects. This will be a JF to the floor. And this bill extends the ballot period of a required construction safety and health course from 5 to 10 years for construction workers employed on prevailing wage public works projects. Under current law, construction workers employed on prevailing wages on these projects must have a 10-hour federal OSHA-approved construction safety course no more than 5 years before the project starts. As proof of compliance, the Labor Commissioner must accept a course completion card dated no earlier than 5 years from the commencement date of the public works project. The bill makes the card valid for 10 years rather than 5. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Representative Hughes seconds.
Okay. We're gonna have to do that again. I think I've been staring at this screen too long. I heard the voices, but I did not affiliate faces, so please forgive me. Motion by,
Representative Vargas.
second by,
Seconded by Representative Hughes.
thank you. And I will recognize Senator Sampson. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much for the recognition, Madam Chairman. I just want to thank you and your co-chair for bringing this bill forward. This is something that comes to us from a constituent of mine, and it's a very simple, straightforward bill. It's designed not to alleviate any type of regulation or anything, but simply make it simpler for certain businesses with employees that are required to have OSHA training to keep working. There's been some situations in the past where the state needing verification was a holdup when the employees were actually perfectly qualified all along. And this will help prevent that just by simplifying the process. And I thank the chairs again for bringing it forward, and I urge adoption.
Thank you, Senator Sampson, and we thank you as well for bringing it forward. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you would please call the roll on item number, where are we? Item number 10, Senate Bill 662.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 10, Senate Bill number 662, an act extending the validity of certain occupational safety and health administration training for public works projects. JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Aurora,
Aurora is a yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Cabrera is a yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Anderson,
Representative Anderson is a yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Representative Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser in the affirmative.
Representative Retigliano,
Retigliano is a yes.
Representative Vargas,
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler.
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and the votes will be held open. Moving on to item number 11, our final item on the agenda for today. And this is House Bill 6379, an act concerning workers' rights. This bill requires the Labor Commissioner to study the rights of employees in the state and report the results of the study to the Labor and Public Employee Committee by January 1, 2022. There is S language, and it is LCO 5991, which makes the bill a study bill. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Representative, go ahead. Representative Hughes seconds.
So we have a motion by Representative Vargas and a second by Representative Hughes. Any comments or questions, please? Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment that I thought that I had heard a really small voice move and second that. And I see for the first time the debut of Sam on the screen. So I had to note that.
We're debuting baby Sam on Labor, y'all. You gotta turn him around so we can see him, Senator Lesser. Aww. Precious. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I see no hands for further comments or questions. So at this time, Mr. Clerk, I would ask, I'm sorry, Representative Anderson, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, with all the last minute stuff, I did not see the final version of this. I don't know how long it is, or someone can give me the gist.
Absolutely. This was LCO, the S language is LCO 5991. I do believe I have it here. What I have it right here.
Madam Chair, would you like me to read it?
Yes, if you have it handy, that would be great. I have several papers.
It is a very short bill, Representative Anderson. It just simply says the Labor Commissioner shall conduct a study of the rights of employees in the state not later than January 1, 2022. The Commissioner shall report the results of the study in accordance with the provisions of Section 11-4A of the General Statutes to the Joint Standing Committee of the General Assembly having cognizance of matters related to labor. Such report may include the Commissioner's recommendations for legislation regarding the rights of employees in this state. This is very short. That's the entire bill. So,
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Representative Anderson. Any further comments or questions? Yes, Representative Aurora.
Madam Chair, fair to say this is a dummy bill?
I don't know if you're asking me fair.
I don't see any content.
Is that what you would like to call it?
I think that's the going language. I'm assuming language in the LOB. So there's nothing in the bill at this point, but it could be used for other items. And that's how I perceived it. If there is something else I'm missing, please do let me know, because we really want. Yes, please.
Madam Chair,
I would defer from calling it a dummy bill. I would refer to it as a placeholder, and I will recognize Senator Kushner at this time.
I apologize. You got it. I also I I have heard people use that phrase. I don't think it's I think when we're dealing with the public, maybe using shorthand or phrases like that might be misinterpreted. And but we do have a practice in having placeholder bills so that we have some flexibility should we need it going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Aurora.
My apology, but placeholder bill, I'm just, imbibing so many new terms here the last, few months or nearly so. I use the term, but perhaps the placeholder bill, as you know, our sentiment on this or our views on this is that, that we don't think it's with the democratic process to have bills which do not have any content in them and can later be inserted. I know some committees use them, but it's something to be frowned upon. That's the way we think about it. So I'll be voting against the bill, and I would urge members to vote against it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, if you would please call the roll on item number 11, House Bill 6379.
Calling number 3, bills for final action. Item 11, House Bill number 6379, an act concerning workers' rights. LCO number 5991, JFS to the floor. Senator Kushner?
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Porter?
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Senator Sampson?
Senator Sampson is a no.
Representative Aurora?
Representative Aurora is a no.
Senator Cabrera?
Senator Cabrera is a yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Rep Sanchez is a yes.
Representative Anderson?
Representative Anderson is a no.
Representative Hall? Representative Hughes?
Representative Hughes is a yes.
Senator Lesser?
Senator Lesser is in the affirmative, along with Mr. Sam.
Yay.
Representative Ritigliano? Representative Ritigliano? Representative Vargas?
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Representative Winkler?
Representative Winkler votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I would just ask that you bear with me for one moment. And we will decide on how long we're holding the votes open. So bear with me for one moment, please. Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
I had to step away for a moment. I know I missed that last vote, but if you could register me as a no, I would appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Let me just read it to you.
Okay.
Roman numeral 3, bills for final action. Item number 11, House Bill number 6379, an act concerning workers' rights. LCO number 5991, JFS to the floor. Representative Retigliano,
I'm a no. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And that does conclude all items on the agenda. And we will leave the votes open until the start of the House session, at which time the meeting will be adjourned. Thank you all for your participation, and thank you to everyone that has been tuned in. And I hope everyone a blessed and safe day. Bye, guys.
See you, Representative.
Bye, Sampson.
Thank you all. Thanks everybody for their work on the committee,
Yes, thank you, thank you.
especially our LCOs and our OLR and our clerk. And you guys, really got us through this session well. So we really appreciate all your support.
Yes, we do. The muscle. The
Excuse me, Madam
muscle.
Chair.
Yes.
I just heard, I see Senator Sampson still with us, but before he goes, I just wanted to ask if he wanted to record his votes for the misvote.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm here, Mr. Clerk.
Devin, did I miss any votes? Because I was in 2 or 3 meetings at the same time. I don't think I did, but you never know.
No, Representative Vargas, you are recorded for all votes.
Thank you.
See you, Representative.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sampson. We have items 1 through 4, and I have to read them to you.
Sure.
From number 3, bills for final action. Item number 1, House Bill number 6595, an act concerning labor matters related to COVID-19, personal protective equipment, and other staffing issues. LCO number 6006, JFS to the floor. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Item number 2, Senate Bill number 1002, an act concerning labor issues related to COVID-19, personal protective equipment, and other staffing matters. LCO number 6015, JFS to the floor. Senator Sampson.
Senator Sampson votes no.
Item number 3, House Bill number 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage. LCO number 6008, JFS to the floor. Senator Sampson.
Yeah, sorry I missed the debate on this bill, but Senator Sampson votes no.
And then last, item number 4, House Bill number 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements and a modern and equitable cannabis workforce. LCO number 5998, JFS to the floor.
Senator Sampson votes no on this bill also. And thank you very, very much for holding the votes open for me, Madam Chairman. And thank you very much for your assistance, Devin.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. And I'm sure we'll be seeing each other in session, but.
Oh yes, we're gonna see a lot of each other, I'm sure.
And
enjoy the rest of your day.
And really, I'm happy to have conversations with you on these bills if there are things you think that would, I know that we may not get to places where you could vote for it, but if you think there are things that would make it better, I'm happy to hear about those.
Okay, well, I will certainly be in communication. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day, Senator.
You too.
You're on mute, Devin.
Thank you, Representative Hall. Okay, so we just have for you 4 items, 7 through 10, and I'll just read them off and run through them for you. So we'll start with 3 bills for final action. Item number 7, Senate Bill number 660, an act expanding workers' compensation benefits for certain mental or emotional impairments suffered by healthcare providers in connection with COVID-19. JF to the floor. Representative Hall. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Thank you. Item number 8, House Bill number 6343, an act concerning a study of gig workers, LCO number 6065 JFS to the floor. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Item number 9, House Bill number 6344, an act establishing the Office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate, JF to the floor. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Item number 10, Senate Bill number 662, an act extending the validity of certain occupational safety and health administration training for public works projects. JF to the floor. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Finally, item number 11, House Bill number 6379, an act concerning workers' rights, LCO number 5991, JFS to the floor. Representative Hall.
Representative Hall votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Hall. You've now voted on all the items on the agenda.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clerk.
Afternoon, Madam Chair.
I would like to reconvene the Labor and Public Employees Committee meeting for today, Thursday, March 25th, 2021. It is my understanding that all who needed to vote have voted, and I would like for you at this time, Mr. Clerk, to please give us the tallies on Roman numeral 3 bills for final action, numbers 1 through 11.
Roman numeral 3, bill final action. Item number 1, House Bill number 6595, an act concerning labor matters related to COVID-19 personal protective equipment and other staffing issues, LCO number 6006, JFS to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 2, Senate Bill number 1002, an act concerning labor issues related to COVID-19 personal protective equipment and other staffing matters, LCO 6015, JFS to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 3, House Bill number 6537, an act concerning expansion of paid sick days and domestic worker coverage, LCO number 6008, JFS to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 4, House Bill number 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements and a modern and equitable cannabis workforce, LCO number 5998, JFS to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 5, House Bill number 6478, an act concerning workers' compensation, LCO number 5996, JFS to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 6, Senate Bill number 658, an act requiring employers to recall certain laid-off workers in order of seniority, JF to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 7, Senate Bill number 660, an act expanding workers' compensation benefits for certain mental or emotional impairments suffered by healthcare providers in connection with COVID-19, JF to the floor. 13 yay, 0 nay, 13 total. Item number 8, House Bill number 6343, an act concerning a study of gig workers, LCO number 6065, JFS to the floor. 10 yay, 3 nay, 13 total. Item number 9, House Bill number 6344, an act establishing the Office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate, JF to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Item number 10, Senate Bill number 662, an act extending the validity of certain occupational safety and health administration training for public works projects, JF to the floor. 13 yay, 0 nay, 13 total. Item number 11, House Bill number 6379, an act concerning workers' rights, LCO number 5991, JFS to the floor. 9 yay, 4 nay, 13 total. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And at this time, we will adjourn the Labor and Public Employees Committee meeting for today, March 25th, 2021. Time now 2:21.